My name is Femi, and this is a project we are going to be building. So this project is just HTML and CSS, no JavaScript. So I wanted something that's a project we can work on, I can work on, that explains all the concepts, most of the concepts that are important in building a responsive web uh, design. So I wanted to build something just with HTML and CSS without any JavaScript, and so this is what we are going to be building in this video. I wanted something without JavaScript, so it's a website, and we are going to learn a lot. We're going to learn so many concepts in this project. So this is a project, and as well we can click on features. It will go to the features. We can click on the testimonial, it will go to the testimonial. We can go to the pricing section, it will go to the pricing section. And as well, we can check for the responsiveness. Okay, so I want to check for tablets. So let's check for tablets. So this is how it looks on the tablets. This is how it looks on the tablets, fully responsive, and as well. And then we can as well check on mobile. Let's see how it looks on mobile. Still the same, fully responsive as well. Okay, so this is a project I've worked on it, and then we are going to be building it from scratch in this video. But also I have the code on Git, so you can get access to the code on Git, and if you want to follow along, that might be better. And then also I got inspiration for this project from the Tailwind site, and this is built using React and Tailwind, but I really wanted to do something that is very basic, just HTML and CSS, without adding JavaScript to this project. So this is what we are going to be building, and so without wasting time, let's get started. All right, so I'm going to create a file here. I'm going to create a folder here. So I'm going to name it. Let's name it tax website. So we are going to name it tax website. So I'm just going to come here. Let's have a new window. We're going to have a new window. So I'm going to expand this. Okay, so I'm going to bring the tax here. So I'm going to bring the tax here. So this is tax I'm going to bring in. So I'm going to increase my fonts. So let me increase my fonts, and so I have the folder created already. We can see that it's a tax website. So I'm just going to create some file, index.html, HTML, and then I'm just going to create a folder. I'm going to name it CSS, and then inside the CSS folder I'm going to have my style.css as well. So because we need some images on the site, so I'm going to bring my image folder here. Okay, so let me bring in my image folder. I'm just going to copy it, and let's bring it here. All right, so that is it. I think we are good, so I can minimize this, and we are good. All right, so the first thing is let's get this working, and I'm using an extension here. So I call it live server. This is an extension I'm using, and we can get it. It's very useful. And then I'm using Visual Studio Code as well. So let's call it our tax. We're going to see our tax. Let's say our tax website. Okay, so that's the name. I want to link it I want to make sure that my CSS is linked on this page. So we have it inside a folder, css.style. Alright, so that is that. And I'm going to be using the box icon for this project. This is the box icon. And so I'm going to just get the link. So let's get the link. So I need it for... Alright, so this is what I need. Box icon. Okay, box icon. In our link, I'm trying to get this. Okay, so let's copy this. Let's come to our website. I'm just going to put it here. Alright, so we have our box icon, so already linked, and I think we are good. So we can just open it in our development server. So open with the live server. So the live server was an extension I installed. So open with live server so that you can have everything here. So I want to check if our CSS is properly linked. So how do I check? So we can do something like this. So I'm going to do body, target our body tag. We're going to do something like let's do background color to be black, and then let's see what we have. So you can see that our background color is black, so it shows our CSS is properly linked. And for these projects I'll be using the Google fonts. So I'm just going to get to the Google fonts, and so two fonts that we are going to be using, we are going to use this Lexant. This is what we are going to use. I'm going to click on this, get fonts, and then also we're also going to get we still need to get another one, enter like this as well. So I'm going to click on it and click on get this. So I have two fonts, so I'm going to click on embed, yes. So I'm going to use this. Okay, so I just need to copy this and put it in my style. Okay, so there are different ways. I can as well put this link, I can as well copy this code and then include it in the head section here. I can as well put it here, but I think I love to put it in my CSS. I would love to put it in my CSS. Yeah, so I'll just copy this, and let's go to our CSS file. I'm just going to paste it here. Alright, so we are good. So the next thing I want to do now is so let's go to our CSS, let's go to our HTML, and we are just going to start developing. So I'm going to do start, just lay out the various things we need to do on this page. So this is what we are working on. This is what we are working on, and the way I'm going to tackle this project is to organize it into different sessions. So we have different sessions. This represents the navbar. So we're going to work on this. Okay, so I'm going to call it the navbar session, and then the whole of this place is going to be the hero session. So we are going to work on this as well. So it's going to be the second session, and then once we are done with that, then we're also going to tackle this other session. We're going to work on this session as well. Okay, and then we move over to this other session here. Okay, so we're going to tackle this session as well. So I've divided into different sessions to make it easy for us to develop, and then also this session as well. I'm going to work on this session, and then as well I'm going to work on the testimonial session as well. Okay, then from the testimonial session, I'm just now going to focus on this other session, the pricing session. Then we go as well to the frequently asked question, the FAQ session, and then we now focus on the navbar So by the time we are done with the desktop build, then we can now focus on the responsiveness of our project. So what I'm going to do right now is to lay out the various sections that I've highlighted. So the start of a navbar, and I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to say end of navbar. So just going to do this. Like I said, the source code to this project is on my Git already. You can have access to it and go through it as well. So end of it. So I'm going to do session ID. Okay, session header. Let's use header like this. Okay, so that is what I need to do for now. And then we are also going to do the second one, which is going to be start of the hero session. The hero session. And then we are going to do, just break it down to different sessions. End of hero session. So we are going to do session, we're going to call it hero like this. So we're going to leave it like that, and then let's go to the other session, which is going to be the features. So we're going to have start of fixture, the features session. Going to duplicate this and end. This is to just make our work very neat and organized. Session fixtures. We're going to have something like this. Let's leave it like this. And then we go to the next one, which is going to be the business tax. Start of business tax. And start of business and end. So let's do the session. So we are going to call it business tax. Alright, so we move to the other session, which is going to be start of get started. Okay. Start of get started. Started. And end of get started. I'm just trying to lay it out so that makes it our work. So this is going to be get this is going to be get started. And then we'll go to the next session, which is going to be a testimonial. Start of testimonial. And we can go to the different testimonial session for the project as well. End of testimonial. So the next session is going to be the pricing session. Start of pricing, and then end of pricing. Session. Okay, so let's do this. Going to do pricing like this, and we're going to do stats of FAQ. This will allow for a bit of organization, so we'll just develop based on session FAQ. Then the next one is going to be the footer, starts of the footer, and we have end. We're going to do a little bit of session footer as well. Alright, so this is, I've divided everything into session to make our work easier and faster. So I'm going to take it session by session. So the whole project is divided into session now. So we're going to take it session by session. So I'm going to focus on this session for now. Okay, so this is what I'm going to be working on. I'm going to work on this session for now. So we're going to start with the navbar. So let's have a bit of organization here. So I'm going to start with the navbar. So this is the navbar, the header now, which is this. So I'm focusing on here. So for here, I'm going to use Flex to build this. So I'm going to wrap this. I'm going to wrap this in a div. I'm going to wrap this as well in a div. And then we're going to use justify. We're going to use justify content, which is space between, to have this space in between. Alright, so and that is what we are going to do. And also we're going to make sure that when you click on any of this, it takes you to that particular session as well. So when you click on the pricing, it goes to the what? The pricing session as well. So let's go to our HTML and then we start building out the HTML. So we have an ID that is going to be very useful. So we are going to have a div. So we're going to have div navbar nav wrapper. So let's have a wrapper like this, and so we're going to have another div. So inside the wrapper we are going to have a div. Alright, so we are going to have two set of divs, right? So this is going to be the nav wrapper. So we are going to have two set of div. Alright, because what we want to do is we are going to use a flex for this side, and then we are going to wrap this with a div. We are going to wrap this with a div, and then we can now apply justify content to be space between. I think I need to have this here. Okay, so let's have this here. Okay, so let's have it here. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to pick on this first, and we're going to use an icon for this logo. We need an icon for this logo. So let's get to my Git. I'm going to go to my index.html and then just copy out this icon here with the SVG. I'm going to take out the SVG like this, copy it out, and let's go back to our code. I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to collapse it. So that's our SVG. And then we are going to have our anchor tag to be nav link. So we are going to have, let me see, we can have times 3 like this. Alright, so this is what we want to achieve. Alright, so we are going to have fixtures, testimonial, no, going to be T, and then the last one we're going to have is going to be pricing. as well. So this is what we have. So we've been able to achieve this now. So we have this, right? So the next thing we want to do is to work on these aspects. And what we are going to do is I'm going to collapse this div, and then we start working on this. All right, so what I'm going to do is to give this div, I'm going to give this div a class. Let's give it a class name, let's give it a class of nav item. Okay, so we're going to have an anchor tag here, give it nav link. All right, so for the nav link, we are going to have sign in is going to be here. All right, so we're going to have a div. Okay, so the div is going to, we're going to have anchor tag, we're going to have nav btn desktop. All right, so I'm going to duplicate this. It's going to be for mobile. This is going to be for mobile, and then we are going to have an icon, something like this. So you can see that this is get started, but when we go to the mobile, we're going to have another button, which is what get started. That one is get started today. I will check it out like this. We see this is get started today, and then this is get started. Okay, so we want to make sure that we hide this. So this is going to be get started. So let's do get started today, and then this is going to be get started. All right, and then the next thing we are going to have is, let's have a div, and inside that div again, we're going to have, so we can see that this div wraps it. Inside this div, we are going to have, a class, which is going to be for our menu icon. All right, and then we are going to have icon. We're going to have a class, say box icon, bx icon, bx menu. That is what we are going to have. All right, so this is what we have, and so we are going to now work on the responsive. We are going to work on the CSS now to make sure that we achieve this. So this is what we want to achieve. All right, so I'll just go back to our website now, and so we are done. So I can collapse this. So you can see that this is a wrapper now. This is a nav wrapper, and it has two children. This is the HTML. These are two divs that you have. So we are going to use flex, and then for spacing between the two divs, it's going to be justify content to be spaced between in order to have what we have here. All right, so let's go to our CSS. So for the CSS, I'm going to do, target the roots. This we're going to do margin to be 0 to make sure that we don't have padding to be 0, and then we're going to do box size to be what, border box. All right, so and then the next thing we're going to do is to, I want everything to be in the center. I'm going to explain. I'm going to target the header, which is this. All right, the ID to be the max width to be 1300 pixel, and then we are going to have a margin to be 2 rem. So 1 rem is 16 pixel. So it's the same thing as saying 32 pixel auto. All right, so it's still the same thing. So I will just use 2 rems, and then so what I'm doing is to set it to be max width to be 1003 pixel, and then imagine on the top, 2 rem bottom and top, and then auto to just make sure that this is positioned in the center. I want this to be in the center. Okay, and that's the work of the margin auto on the left and on the right. So we are going to have padding. We're going to make sure that we have a padding. So we're going to have padding to be 0, 2 rem like this. Alright, so this is what we have. And then we are going to move on to just the SVG. Let's target the SVG to be, the height of the SVG is going to be 40 pixel. The width is going to be 100 pixel. So this is what we have. Alright, so we're going to come here and then we're going to target our nav wrapper now. So the display is going to be flex, and then justify content is going to be what? Space between. Space between. You can see what we have. Space between. Alright, so we are going to do align items to be what? Centered. Okay, and then we are getting there gradually. And so I want to target this first div here. So what I want to do is I want to target this first div here, this first div. So what I'm going to do is going to be .nav wrapper target div first child div. So we're going to put the display of flex. So I want to flex what we have here. Okay, without flex, so this is what we have. Alright, so I want to flex it. So I'm saying the content I have here, I want to make it flex. Alright, so I want to make this to be flex. So that's what I want to do. Alright, so let's go. We make it flex. And then the next thing, we're going to do a gap of 3 rems. And then we are going to align items to be center. Alright, so this is what we want to achieve. Alright, so I'm going to work on the right now, and we are going to do something like .nav wrapper. We are going to pick the anchor tag and say text decoration should be none. Alright, text decoration should be none. And we are going to do .nav, the nav link now. We're going to give it a color of, going to have H5 5FC 978. Okay, so this is what we have. Okay, so we need to bring in our font family. Alright, so in our fonts, we can actually get our font family from here. So this is our font family. I'm going to make this to be my default font. I'm going to come here, and this is a font family, and then I'm going to say font weight to be 300. Alright, so that is that. So as you can see, we can see that everything has changed. So we're going to still continue by, we are going to target the nav items now. So my focus is on this second div now, the nav items. So let's go and say .nav items. So we're going to set it to display to be flex. So I want to flex what I have here. So we're going to do flex. So we have like a nested flex. That's what we have. Flex. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to have a gap of 3 rem. And then we have align items to be centered. you can see what we have. Alright, so this is what we have now, and so the next thing we want to do is to, so we have the desktop and the mobile. Alright, so this is our desktop, this is our desktop, this is our mobile. So I'm going to hide the mobile, and what I'm going to do is to do navbar btn desktop. So I'm going to style it. I'm going to have a background color of F2563 2563 2563 2563 EB. Alright, so we are going to also have border radius of 25 pixel, padding. So top and bottom, that's 0.5. Left and right is going to be 1 rem, that's 16 pixel. The color is going to be white. The font size is going to be 14 pixels, and then the font weight is going to have a font weight of 500 pixel. So this target this, so this is what we have. So I'm going to hide this and then hide this icon. So for this mobile, I'm just going to come here and do something for mobile. We don't want to see it on desktop. So for the mobile, I'm going to set the display to be none. So the display is none. So the same thing too for the icon as well. So I'm going to do, so for the icon as well, we're going to just do dot icon menu icon as well. Alright, so this is what, as we can see, we have exactly what we have right now, and then we are through with this session. Okay, so flex is what we have used to be able to achieve what we have achieved. Alright, so the next thing we want to do is to so we're going to focus on this other session now. So we're going to focus on the hero session now. So we're going to working on this. So we are going to go to that session. So let's go to the hero session. So let's go to our HTML. So we are done with the nav session. I'm going to collapse this. I need a little bit of spacing here. So we are done. So we're going to work on the hero session like this. So for the hero session, so what we want to do is to so let's start with having a div with a hero wrapper, and we are going to have another div that's just to house everything. We're going to have h1 is going to be accounting, accounting. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so let me just copy this to right now. Alright, so we are going to have, let me paste it here. So we're going to have this, just going to put this one here, and alright, so we are going to have this, and then we are going to have a p tag, and inside the p tag we are going to have this as well. Alright, so this is what we have. Alright, so check out, this is what we have now, and so that is that. So we're going to have another div, and we're going to call it, let's give it a class. So we're going to say hero btn Alright, so what we are working on is we're working on this. Okay, so just we want to work on these two guys here. Alright, so that's why I have a div and I call it btn. So I'm going to have it to be hero btn. So we're going to do get 6 months for free. Right, so I'm just going to duplicate this. This is going to be second. So this is going to be watch video. We are going to use an icon there, icon.bx play. Alright, so we are going to do watch video. Alright, so that is that, and so I'm done with this. So we are going to work on this now. So we're going to focus on this part. So outside of this div, I'm going to come and I'm going to put a bit tag here. I'm going to give it a class name trusted complaints. Trusted company, trusted by these 6 complaints so far. So this is what I'm working on. I'm working on this, and then I'll come back to these images now. So we're going to do that. Then let's have a div. I'm going to give it complaints. We're going to have image. So we're going to have, let's just have it. Alright, so we are going to have image transistor, image mirage, image Laravel, image. So this is what we have. Okay, so this is our hero session completed. The HTML is completed, and I'm just going to collapse it. Let's collapse it, and then let's get started working on the HTML. Alright, so going to work on the HTML. So for the hero session, we need some margin. So I'm just going to type for the hero session, we have hero. Right, so we're going to pick this. We're going to do hero. Let's have a margin top to be 160 pixel. I need that space. 160 pixel for the hero session. Then we are going to work on the hero container. This is the hero container here. So let's go. So for the hero container, we're going to have it displayed to be flex. Alright, so deliberately I wanted it to be flex so that I will be able to justify content centered, and align items just to position it centered, and then the margin bottom is going to be 6 rem. Okay, so it's going to be 6 rem. So this is what we have. Alright, so I gave it an extra div because this div is to make sure that what I have is perfectly in the center. Okay, so that's why I use flex. And also I use flex, justify content centered, align item centered, and all of that. So the next thing we're going to do is going to do euro wrapper h1 command dot euro wrapper. We're going to have a span. Again, we have a span. Alright, so we're going to do, we have the font size. The font size is going to be 4 rem. That's 4 times 16. The max width is going to be 800 pixel. We want it to the center. Margin to be 0 auto. And then text align to be centered. And also you're going to do the font width to be 500. So this is what we have. Alright, so the next thing we want to do is to work on the span dot euros span. Just going to give it a color of RGB 74 240. So this is what we have. Okay, so this is what we have, and so we're going to focus on the other aspects, which is going to be for this. So the P, I'm going to have a class here, call it booking. Okay, so we're going to work on this part now. So let's come to our CSS and do dot booking like this. Okay, so let's go over with dot euro wrapper. Booking is going to be, the max width is going to be 600 pixel. We need it to be in the center. The same thing, margin 0 auto, and then we need the text align to be centered. Font family, the font family is going to be so let's go to, so this is the font. We are using two type of fonts, so we're going to copy this. So we're going to put this here. We're going to put it here, and then the font family, font width is going to be 400. Font size 17 pixel. Line height 1.7. Margin top 1.5. Then we have the color 334155. Alright, so this is what we have, and then this is where we are going. Alright, so this is what we have, and then I'm going to now work on, so I'm going to work on this. We're going to work on these two guys here. Alright, so how do we get these guys here? So that's what we want to do now. Don't forget that the two guys there is what we call it, this is it here. Okay, this is what we have here. So I'm going to take these two like this and take this. So I'm going to take these two. I'm going to do something like this. Margin top 2.5 rem. Going to use flex to have it side by side, and then we are going to use gap so that we have something uniform. Justify content to be centered. Then we are going to have the margin bottom. So we need a little space. Margin bottom to be 200 pixel. Alright, so this is what we have. Okay, gradually this is taking shape. Alright, so what we need to do now is to target the button. Hero btn here, so we need text decoration to be none, and text align to be in the center. Family, so I'm just going to take this font family. Going to need this font family. The one we have is default font family. Then the border radius is going to be 24 pixel, and then we have the padding 0.5 rem, 1 rem. So that is what we have. You check what we have. So this is what we have. Alright, so you can see that I have two classes on the buttons. I have the first, I have the second. So I'm going to target the first dot first like this. So you're going to have a background color 0F172A. Then we are going to have a color to be white. We are going to have the font weight. The font weight is going to be 500. Font size is going to be 14 pixel. The display is going to be flex, and then align items is going to be centered. Alright, so this is what we have, and the same thing we are going to have for the second one. We're going to change the background. So let's say second, we're going to have a border 1 pixel solid HC 8cc D1. Right, so this is what we're going to have. We're going to have display of flex, item centered, font weight, font size, and then the gap. We're going to have a gap. We're going to have a color of 334155. (0.2) exactly. So this is what we want to achieve. Alright, so that is that for this. Alright, so we are done with this part now. Alright, so we want to focus on this down part. And for the down part, what do we have? We have trusted complaint and complaints, and then we have set of images inside, images and all of that. So I'm going to come down here, and I need to work. This should be work on the icon here. So we're going to do hero btn slash dot bx play. You're going to say the color should be hash 22 56 dB. Right, so still need the fonts to be a bit bigger. I'm going to do okay, so let me do font size. Let's make it 1 rem. Okay, this is not, it's not picking it. Dot boss dot play dot error. Oh no, this is bt. Let's check our HTML. This dot boss dot play. Alright, so this is not, it's not picking it. So I'm just going to do, let's do this to see solid red. Alright, so it's not picking it. Can we check what is the problem here? So let's do this. Alright. I still feel this is small. Okay, what do we have? Okay, so let's make it a bit bigger. 10.5. Alright, so I feel that is okay. So we have the trusted company. So for the trusted company, we have a class name on it. Trusted dot trusted like this. Fonts, which is going to be 400. This is going to be centered. Margin bottom. The margin bottom is going to be 2 rems. So this is what we have. Alright, so this is what we have already. And so I'll just focus on that. So we're going to do for the complaints, we're going to have a display of flex. Justify content should be centered. Align items should be centered. And then let's have a gap. TV rem. Alright, so this is what we have. So far, so good. This is what we have. Very straightforward. And then, so for the images, I'm just going to pick the complaints.image. img. We're going to do the width to be what? 80%. Alright, so that is it for this session. And so we are good with these 2 sessions. And so I'm just going to collapse it. Just take it out. Let's take it out. Let's collapse it. Straightforward. So we move to this other session, the picture session. Okay. We move to this other session. And so here we are going to be working on this session, the Janjatic session. We're going to be building this. Alright, so let's get started. We are going to have a div called features container container, and then we are going to have h1. Okay, h1 is going to have a class of title. Then we are going to have a p1. Is going to have sub title as well. So I'm just going to come here. Okay, so let's take these two out here, just so that we just get to work everything you need to run your book here and here. So this is a title. Copy this and put it here. So this is good. Alright, so this is what we have, and so we're going to have another div. We're going to call it feature cards. Alright, so what we want to do now is to kind of have, we're going to work on this. We're going to divide into two divs, right? So this is one div, this is another div, so we are having two divs. Alright, so we are going to have feature card. Okay, so we're going to have feature card. It's going to house these two. It's going to house these two like this. So all we want to do is to have cards, right? Div, and then for features images like this as well. Alright, so the cards is for this, the feature image is for this. So for the cards, you are going to have dot card details like this, and then we are going to have, so I'm just going to do, so let's copy what we have here. We're going to just take these two like this, just take this layer. So we're going to have h1 exactly h1, and this is going to be p tag, we're going to have this to be like this as well. So we're going to have the card details, how many now? 4. So we're going to have it 1 2 3 4. Alright, so that is what we have. We're just going to copy, claim, and the reporting. So let's just take these guys here. So this is claim cuts, and then this as well. I'm going to take this guy. So we're going to, alright, so the next thing you want to do is to bring this guy in, and then take this guy out. Going to do this, and then take this guy, and alright, so that is that. And last but not the least is to reporting. So we're going to take this, so we're going to take this, as well. So this is what we have. So we can check check, this is what we have. So for the image, I'm just going to take this img like this, going to do image dot payroll, and so this is what we have. Okay, so we are going to focus on the CSS now. So let's work on the CSS. Going to work on the CSS now. So I'm just going to collapse this. Just take this, take this, take this, take this, take this. Alright, so let's go on the CSS. So for the CSS parts, going to have fixture, padding on both, on that side is going to be 8 rem 0 like this, background image, background color, sorry, 2 EB, and then we are going to have the color to be white, and then overflow because of the image. Okay, we don't want the image to overflow. We're going to set it to hidden. Alright, so that is what we have. Alright, the image is overflowing. So if I take this overflow away, you can see that it overflows. So we are going to have the feature container dot features container dot title. We're going to have the font size to be 2.8 rem. The text is going to be in the center, and then we are going to pick this and do something like the sub. Sub is going to be text align is going to be center. Text align is going to fonts family. Let's take these fonts. We're going to have this font family, and then the margin. The margin top is going to be 1.5 rem as well. So that is that we have, and so the next thing we want to do is to do feature container. We're going to have max width. We have a container inside. It's going to be 1030 pixel. Margin is going to be 0 auto. Padding is 0 to rem. Alright, so this is what we have. Okay, so we're going to focus on our card now. Okay, so we're going to have the feature card. So we're going to use the margin top for the card is going to be 4 rems. margin top is 4 rem, display is going to be flex, and then the gap is going to be 3 rems, align, items is going to be center. Alright, so this is what we have. Okay, so but in order to achieve this individual div, I'm going to give this a width, I'm going to give this a width. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to come here and do feature card dot card is going to be set a width to be what, 40%. Going to do feature image, the width is going to be 70%, and then the display is going to be flex. Alright, so that is that for the image. So it's going to be this. So this is what we have. Alright, so we're going to target the image. So we're going to do this dot image, going to set the image to (140). This border radius is going to be 24 pixels. Alright, so this is what we have. Alright, so we've targeted the image here, right? And then you just need to set to flex. So that is that for this session. So we're going to work on this. So I'm going to come back to this guy. We're going to do the card details dot card details. We're going to have the margin 3.5 rem 0. We need that spacing exactly, and then we have dot card details h1 card details h1 font size is going to be 18 pixel, margin 1 rem 0, and then the font width is going to be 500. Card details, we're going to pick the P. So you're going to do fonts. Font size is going to be 14 pixel. So you're going to pick this font family. This fat is better. Font family, line height 1.5. So this is what we have. Alright, so we've been able to complete 3 sessions now, and so 3 session is done. So we're going to move to this other session. I'm going to work on this. I'm going to use grid, and then I'm going to make sure that this other aspect is scrollable. Alright, so this is what we are going to do, working on this session, and then we are also going to work on this session as well. Alright, so what we are going to do is, let's go to our HTML. Let's going to collapse this as well. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to need a little bit of spacing here. And we're going to go into our tags. Alright, so I'm going to go into our tags. business tax. So we are going to have business tax container. Alright, so we are going to have H1, we are going to have P as well. So I'm going to come here. So this is what we are going to do. H1. Alright, so just going to come here. So this one as well, I'm going to copy it. Alright, so this is what we have. So check our work. So this is what we have, and so we're going to continue. So we're going to have another div. We're going to call it business tax cards. Alright, so it's going to house these three guys here. Alright, so we are going to have to do so we are going to have the card. Alright, so we are going to have the icon, card icon. Alright, so which is i.px.bx reports, and then we are going to have h5, which is going to be reporting. This is what we are building, reporting. I'm working on this now. H1, we're going to have the p tag as well. So we're going to go back to here. Let's copy this. We're going to take this. Yeah, we're going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here. Alright, so that is that. The same thing we are going to do here. So since we are done, so we're going to duplicate this card. It's going to be 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. So we're going to just duplicate this card 1. So this is what we have. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here. This is going to be for the bank. So I'm going to copy. Let's copy this. Inventory. So that's that, and then we are going to take this so we're going to take the contact, going to take this, so that is that, and then finally let's just take this. So it's going to be our contacts. Alright, so this is what we have. Alright, so we're going to work on the styling shortly, and then we want to now work on these aspects. Okay, so I'm going to collapse this guy, the card, let's collapse it, the card, let's collapse it, the card, let's collapse it. So you have a business card, you have a business card, then below here we're going to have another div. We're going to call it the business tax image, like this. So we're going to have this to be, is going to be profit, profit and loss, we're going to have inventory, we are going to have contact, yes, exactly. So this is what we have. Okay, so we are done with the HTML, so we are going to get into the CSS now, and going to move with the CSS. Alright, so for the business tax, we're going to do, well, let's call it business tax. So we're going to do padding up and down 8 rem. So we are going to have the business tax container. So let's have our business tax container here. Business tax container, max width here. Feature container. So let's have a, this is going to be comma dot business tax container. So we are going to have that there. So we need it to be in the center, exactly, having overflow. So alright, so we are going to fix that shortly. Business tax, so we're going to have dot business container dot title, text align should be centered, font size 2.5 rem, margin bottom is 1 rem, font weight is 400. Alright, so we have business tax dot sub title, text align center. We are going to have the width, we need it to be in the center, 680 pixel, We have the margin to position it perfectly in the center, auto. So this is what we have. We want to achieve something like this. Then we need to put a width in order to be able to make sure that it's is in 2 lines. Then we use margin to perfectly put it in the center. Color is going to be 5F 78. Font size 19 pixel. Going to take the font family. This. Then the line height is going to be 1.5. Alright, so this is what we have. Okay, and so this is where we are going. So we need the business card now. Okay, so let's do for the business card. Business tax. Okay, so we need it to make a grid. Display is going to be grid. Grid template column 1FR. So check. So this is what we have. Okay. This is not working. This guy is not working. So let's see. Oh, nothing is here. Title. Alright, exactly. So this is what we have. So what do you want to do? Simplify every day. So the business is also going to be margin top is going to be 4rem. The gap is going to be 2rem as well. Alright, so that is that for the business card. So this is what we have. So let's have a bit of organization. .bs x/reports font size 36 pixel, and then we are going to have a color 5 EB. Alright, so .b x bank .b x contact font size is 36 pixel, and the color 5F6. Alright, so that is that, and then we can now focus on .card/h5 h5. You have the color 25. The font size is 400, and then the margin 1.0. So that is That is that. Card icon H5. Okay, I'm going to this is going to be alright. So for our CSS, we are going to give that one dot card dot info color 5 F6 9. Alright, so that is that, and
the devil, and then
so we're going
every
to
day
work
during
on
the fasting and praying, as the Lord enables us, I will teach
we're
you.
going to work on
And
this. We're going to work on this. We are going to work on this. Oh, let's check this out. Card info. Let's do card H1, font size 1.3 rem, font width is 400, margin bottom 1.5 rem, color 0f1, f1 728. Alright, so that is that, and then this is going to be P. So for the P, we're going to have a line height 1.7, line height of 1.7, font family. I'm going to take this guy, just write it now. It's going to be font family of this, and then the font size is going to be 14 pixel, and then the font width is going to be 400, and then the color I'm going to have 5 A 6779. Alright, so that is that. Let's check what we have here. Alright, so we are good with this side, and then we are going to work with this. Okay, we're going to focus on the image now. So for the image part, dot business tags image, display is going to be flex, and then the gap is going to be 2 rem, the max width is going to be 1003 pixel. This is what we are working on. Is now flex, then margin top is 4 margin right is auto, margin left is auto. Okay, so we're going to have padding. So we're working on the container. 4 background color E6 E7 E8. Then the border 24 pixel. The overflow need to be scroll. Alright, so this is what we have. Alright, so we're going to work on the image now. So let's work on the image. Business and image like this. For the image, the width, we're going to work on the width. Is 90%. The height is 90%. Border radius 16%. Alright, so what do we have? So this is what we have. Alright, so that we have. Straightforward. So we've completed about 4 sessions. So that is that. So we're going to move on to this session now. We're going to work on this session. So let's work on this session. Going to work. So let's go to our HTML. Let's collapse this. Alright, so we need a bit of space here. We are working on get started. We're going to add a class here. Get started container. So let's have a div. Okay, we're going to have an image here. So let's do image slash this. Let's have a class here. We're going to have a class. We're going to have a class here for the image. It's going to be get started image img, and then we are going to have a div dot get started wrapper. Alright, so that is that, and then so let's have a div. I want everything to be perfectly in the center. H1 to get started today, and you're gonna have a P So this is going to be this. So you have a P. So you're going to do div is going to be, so what I'm doing now is I want to work on this. I'm working on this. So it's going to do a slash get started dot get started btn like this. So it's going to be, let's get 6 months free. So that is that, and let's check what we have. Wow, so this is what we have. Alright, so we're going to work on the CSS now. Going to work on the CSS. So get started container. So we're going to use, because of the image that we have, setting to this, because this is what we want to have. We are using the background image alongside with the background color. Relative overflow should be hidden. The background color to what we are using. Padding should be foreign, up and down, and then color should be white. Alright, so still the same thing that we have. Nothing changed. Get started ing. The position is going to be absolute. Width is going to be 100%. Height is going to be 100%. Now, because we are using relative and absolute, so we need to set the left and the right and the top. The left and the top. 50% top needs to be 50%. We need like this. Exactly. And then we need to do transform translate x minus 50% y minus 50%, and then the max width can be none. Alright, so this is what we have. Then finally we need to set this guy. Let's take this guy and then put, so you're going to say position. Once you say position is relative, content we show, yes. So we bring our display, flex, justify content, center, centered, padding 5 rem, this. So you have it in the middle, and then we can now work on get started wrapper. Each one font size should be 2.5 rem. Text align centered. Let's have this P. Text align centered. Max width is 53 pixel. Margin 1.5 rem. Margin bottom 1.5 rem. As well. Font family. Font width is 400. Font size is 17 pixel. Line height 1.5. Alright, so this is what we have. So what we need to do next is to just work on this button. So get started BS general display to be flex. Display to be flex, and justify to be centered. Margin top is going to be 2 rem. Get started btn. Text decoration should be none, and then the color is going to be black. Font family, gonna take this, put it here. Border radius is going to be 24 pixel. Padding is 5 rem. Sorry, 0.5 1 rem. And then background color is white, and then the font width is 500, and then the font size is 14 pixel. Alright, so what we have is not working, and let's check what we are missing. Let's go to this. So number one, we do have a class here. Exactly. So everything works fine. Alright, so we're going to move on. So for the font family, so for the font family, we are going to have, for the font family, so this is what we have. So we are going to move to the testimonial section. So we are going to work on this part. We are going to be working on this part very shortly. Going to work on this part shortly. Working on this part shortly. So I'm going to work on this part shortly. So we are working on this part shortly, and so this is the part that we are going to be working on shortly, and alright, so we are going to be working on this part, and so this is what we are going to do. So let's go back to this place. So this is what we are going to do. I'm just going to pick up, I need a little bit of spacing here. Need some space here. Testimonial session. Okay. Gonna do some things here. Alright, so Let's have a div. We're going to call it testimonial. Testimonial container. Testimonial container. So we're going to have h1. We're going to have p1. P, not p1. So I'm just going to come here. Let's take these two out like this. I'm going to take these two. I'm going to paste it here. So let's cut this guy, put it here. Alright, so I'm going to take this guy here. So I'm going to take this guy as well. Put it here. So we are good, right? So the next thing we want to do is to check what we have. So this is what we have. So we want to focus here. Let's get the content for this. We're going to get the content for this guy over here. That's what we want to do next. So this is our focus. And so what we're going to do is to put it in a div. So div testimonial wrapper like this. So we're going to have another div called testimonial card like this, and then we are going to have the icon dot bx x quotes dot block quotes. This is what we are going to have, and yes, it's going to be responsible for this quote at the back, and we are going to have block quote like this. It's going to be your tags. You're going to have it inside this tag sprayer. I'm just going to copy this. So this is all we have. Then under it, we're going to have, so it's going to have, so what we want to do now is this part is what we want to focus on now. We want to focus on this part. So what we are going to do is to do testimonial info. We're going to have a div. The div is to wrap these two guys. So let's have h1, h2, and p. So what we are going to have is going to be, let's take this, the name. It's going to be this. And then we're going to take this. So that's it. And then the image, gonna come down here, do img, image slash 1. Alright, so this is what we have. Alright, so we are going to do so we are done with the card, testimonial card. So we are going to duplicate in 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what we are going to do is to do the card in 6 places. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright now. So let's check what we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to work on the contents now. I'm going to cut this. I'm going to put it here. So for the card, I've done for the first card. So on the second card. So let's take this. Alright, so we're going to have this. So this one is going to be for this. Going to be for this. Alright, so okay. Alright, so the second card is going to be 4. So we're going to collapse this. So the third card is this. So this is the third card. Let's pick these guys. Alright, so this is going to be 5. So let's do 5. And then the last, we're going to pick this. Okay. Okay, the fourth card. Fourth card. Fourth card. The fourth card is 2. Alright, so this is the fourth card. And then the fifth card, copy this, take it away. The fourth card. And then do this. Okay. So this is what we have. I'm going to collapse this. So the last but not the least on this side is going to be this. Alright, so this is what we have, and then we have 4. So that's the 6th card. Alright, so let's check what we have. So this is what we have, and so we're going to focus on styling now. We're going to focus on styling it now. Let's go to our CSS. To our testimonial, background color, F8, C. So that's the background color. Then we're going to have padding, up and top and bottom, 8 pixel. And then we have testimonial container, we have a testimonial container like this. See there I have a background color which is not white. Testimonial container, alright. So let's go back to this, please. Repeat the same thing. Font weight is 400 pixel. Testimonial container, I'm going to take the P. Testimonial container, test alignment centered. The mass width 6. Margin is 2 rem. Auto. You have 3, 4, 1, 5, 5 like this. Font size is going to be 18 pixel. Line height is going to be 1.8. And then we have the fonts, which is 400. Then we have our fonts. which I'm going to bring here. So this is what we have. Just centered it. That's what I've done. So we are going to work on this guy here, okay? And I'm going to use column. So we come here. So we are using the wrapper now, testimonial wrapper. Testimonial wrapper is going to be display. It's going to be column. We want the column to be 3. Alright, so this is what we want to do. Column 3 and column cap should be 2 rems margin. Top should be 4 rem. So this is what you're working on. 4 rems. So for the quotes, I'm going to do block quotes icon to be position should be relative, and then the left is going to be 6, top is 0, bottom to be 120 pixel, color F1, F5, F9. So that's what we are going to have. So the block quote is here. Is the block quotes. Alright, so block quote icon, block quote icon. So block quote icon. This should be block quote icon. So should be block quote icon. That's block quotes icon, and so back to our CSS dot testimonial block quotes. Testimonial block quotes. You have a class on this. Block quotes. Testimonial block quotes. Let's finish with the styling. Position should be relative here. Testimonial blood quotes. Alright, so let's just continue. Testimonial wrapper div. The first div, break inside, avoid. Then we are going to have the margin bottom to be 2 rems. Alright, so this is what we have, and so still one more thing that we need to do. Testimonial card, relative, the position is relative, padding is going to be 1.7 rem, border radius 16 pixel, and then the background color is white, and then the box shadow. So for the box shadow, so this is what we have. Let's come here, and I'm going to pick the box shadow from here. So this is the box shadow. Just gonna paste it here. Alright, so that is that. Okay, I think we are missing something here. Testimonial card, testimonial, this, okay. Testimonial block quote. Alright, so we are done with, so let's just finish with let's finish with what we are doing here. What we are doing here is to block quote icon, P. Alright, and then div testimonial block quotes. Okay, let's take this. I'm going to say the first child, the line height 1.8, the font family, and then font width 400, then the color that's 0f, font size 17 pixel, and then the margin button is 2 rem. Right, so this is what we have. Okay, the H1, okay, testimonial info. Let's go to so let's get the testimonial info. Also use the testimonial info. Display is going to be flex, and then justify content, space between, align centered, padding top 1.5 rem, border top it's going to be 2 pixels, solid f1, and then we're going to do testimonial info div, and then h2, font size should be 1 rem, color f this, and font weight 500, 400. So we're going to have the P as well. So we're going to have P, margin top 1 rem, font size 14 pixel. That is this P that we are working on. So it's not working. 14 pixel. Okay, I'm going to take a pause. 6 for 7 for HB. So let's take this and put it here. Alright, so the testimonial card image. We are working on the avatar now. 50% the width 56%, and the height is 56%. Object fits covered. Alright, so this is what we have, and then so let's check our HTML. Let's check our HTML. So I'm just gonna focus on this. This is our business card. Testimonial card. We have a testimonial card. Testimonial card. BX. We have a testimonial black coat. Testimonial info. And blah blah. Alright, so okay, so we are going to do something. Let's go to our design. Testimonial info. We are going to do. Okay, so I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to do 3 pixels solid red. Alright, so what we did was to do flex, and then we say space between. We're going to do, we have the div, and then we are saying space between. Justify content, space between. Justify content, space between. It's not items, it should be justify content. Alright, okay. Okay, so that works. So we are going to work on this top. Now we are going to go back to the top. We're going to look at this, the black coat, block coat, testimonial block coat, testimonial card, testimonial block coat, testimonial block coat. Alright, so let's check out testimonial block coat. We're going to use border 3 pixels solid red. Alright, so our testimonial icon. Okay, alright. So the testimonial icon, we have left top. Oh, so this is going to be absolute. Alright, absolute. Okay. So that is that, and I'm going to take this out. Alright, so this is what we want to achieve. We are not there yet. So we need testimonial block. Testimonial block. Testimonial card. P. Testimonial card. So testimonial card, let's have solid red. Wow. Testimonial card. Testimonial card. Wow. All right. So our code is working perfectly now. Okay, so we do the adjustment for the rest. And okay, be sure that thing is okay right away. All right, so let's do it for the rest. So we're going to do it for the rest. So now P. And then this one as P. Alright, so I think we are done. So this is what we have for the testimonial session. Use column instead of using grid. I use column here. The testimonial cards for the testimonial card session. Wrapper. I use column. Alright, so we are good now. Alright, so we are good. So we want to work on the pricing session. We're going to work on here. We're going to be working on this part now. Okay, so let's get into it. Let's get started. So I'm going to collapse these guys here. Alright, so we have 3 more sessions left. So for the pricing, we are going to dot pricing container like this. So we're going to have the h1, and then we're going to have the p tag. This one is going to be simple pricing for everyone. And then let's go and get this. Alright, so we're going to have 3 cards here. I'm going to use flex because on mobile this has to come first, and then I'm going to work on this. So let's have another div. I'm going to call it pricing wrapper. So we're going to have dot pricing card. Alright, so we're going to have h1 to be $9. B tag is going to be a starter. We're going to have a class of title, good for anyone who is self-employed and just getting started. Okay, so the next one is to have a button. Get started. We're going to have a div here. Then inside the div you are going to have bx.check.cycle. We're going to have send 10 quotes and invoice. Alright, so this is what we have, and I'm going to duplicate this. This is inside the div. It's inside the div and all of that. So we're going to have 5. Three, 4, 5, and that's all. So this is a card. Alright, so this is a card. I'm going to collapse it. We're going to have 3 cards. 2. So the first card is going to be this. The second card, I'm going to give it another class called popular. Alright, so this is going to be $15. Small business. This is perfect for small or medium size businesses. So that's it. How many are we going to have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're going to increase this to be more. So the third one is going to be 39 for enterprise. It's going to be 39 for enterprise. For even the biggest enterprise. complaints. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's take out this. Alright, so this is what we have, and so we're going to go into our CSS right now and start working out. Alright, so let's go to our CSS. We're going to have pricing, background color is going to be 0f 172 f172. Padding is 8 rem, 0, color is white. Okay, so we are going to have the pricing container. Alright, so this is what we have, and then so we are going to use h1 this align center, font size is going to be 2.5, dot this. So that's pricing container. We are going to have text align center, max width 700 pixel. Gonna carry this, and then color 94 A 3B 8, font size going to be 18 pixel. The margin is going to be 2 rem auto. So we're going to have the pricing wrapper, margin top, five rem. Display is going to be flex. Gap is going to be 10 rem. Alright, so this is what we are talking about. Okay, using flex. This is a wrapper. This is a wrapper here. This is a wrapper that contains the pricing card. So let's go to the pricing card now. Setting the width to 100%. padding to 2 rem, font width. Font width is 400. Alright. And so the next thing we're going to do, font width is 400, pricing card. We're going to pick the H1 font size is 3rem, margin bottom 1.7rem, pricing card P, font size is 20 pixels. Alright, so this is what we have, and okay, it's supposed to be smaller. H1 P. Let's see if we have the title. Alright, so we have pricing card dot title, font size 1rem, the margin top is 1rem, the width 95%, the line height 1.5, font family, font width 400, color 94 A3 P8. So that is that. Okay, we can work on this part now. Pricing card A. Display is going to be block. Display is block. The border is 1 pixel. Solid 4A 515 B. Center 24 pixel. Text decoration none. Margin top and bottom 2rems. This padding bottom 0.6rem, padding top 0.6rem, 0.6rem, and then color 8F E to E, font size 14 pixel. Alright, so let's see what we have. Then we'll work on this. So we're going to work on this guy now. We're going to do dots popular so we have the background to be white, border to be 1 pixel solid, color. Alright, so this is it, and okay, still 1 or 2 things to do. Do we do the font width? Wow, 500. Alright, so I set popular here because for the second card we have popular as the second class. So I'm going to come here and do dot pricing dot div. Going to set display to flex, items centered, gap is 1 rem, margin 0.8 rem, 0. We have color to be C, BD, F, 5, E1. Right, so this is what we have, and what else do we want to do? Okay, so let's set for the popular dot popular. Plus div.p. Okay, so we are targeting the popular font width 400, and then the font size. The font size is 14 pixel. Dot popular background color is 25 EP. Border radius is 24 pixel. Border radius is 24 pixel, and Alright, so this is what we have, and maybe let me just work on the text. For the first one, connect. Just quickly connect up to 2 banks accounts. Track up to 15 expenses per month. Manual payroll support, and then the next one is going to be exports up to 3 reports. So that's that for the first one. Second one is send up to 25. Connect up to 5. Connect up to 5. Track. Track up to 50. Automated payroll. Export up to 12 reports. Bulk reconcile transaction. Track in multiple currencies. Alright, so this is what we have, and then the last but not the least is send unlimited quotes and invoices. Connect up to 15 banks accounts. Track up to 200 expenses per month. Automated payroll support. exports up to 25 reports, including TPS. Alright, so we are done with this part. Okay, so we move to frequently asked questions and the footer. So this is what we have. Alright, so we are done with the pricing session, and our website is taking shape now. So the next part is going to be the frequently asked FAQ session. We are going to use grid for this, please. We are going to use grid for this part. So let's set up the we're going to have image as a background. Dot FAQ container. So we are going to have the H1 and the P1. So we are having the H1 and the P1. So for the frequently asked question, we're just going to pick these two. So it's going to be here. So that is that, and then we are going to now have something called FAQ wrapper. So this is going to have a class of title, but this should be class of subtitle. Okay, so we have a wrapper, and then we are going to have cards. Okay, so that's what we are going to have. I'm just going to let's get to the GitHub and just take this from the GitHub. I'll take this from the GitHub. Let's go to the Git HTML session. So these are the cards. So just going to take here, just going to take here. Okay, so let's open it. So I'm just going to copy, and then we work on the styling. So still loading. So we're just going to copy it. Alright, so the FAQ session It's going to be this. Just going to copy this and take it back. So alright, so what we did is we have the FAQ and then we have different cards. Alright, so FAQ and different cards. So we have this and this, like this, card 1, this and this, and this, card 2, this and this, card 3. So that is that. Just going to collapse these guys, collapse them, and then so let's get our CSS. So this is what we have now. So let's work on the styling. We're going to have .faq, padding 8 rem 0, like this, position to be relative, and then overflow because of the image is going to be hidden. Right, so that's for that. Okay, so for the FAQ, we have the FAQ, we have the container FAQ container. So we're going to go back to our code, CSS, going to add our FAQ here, container. Alright, so the next thing we want to do now is FAQ, the image now, position is going to be absolute, left 1/2, top is going to be 0, transform, translate, y is going to be -25%, translate, x is going to be -30%, max width is going to be none. Alright, so this is what we have, and then dot FAQ container position is going to be relative now. Okay, alright, so we have the FAQ title, let's see our HTML. Font size is 2 rem, font width 1.5 dot sub title, margin bottom is still the width to be in the center is 52, like this. Font family, is going to be like this. Font family, and then subtitle font sizes 18 pixel, line height 1.5 dot FAQ wrapper. The wrapper, we're going to set the display to grid. We're going to have grid templates column 3 is 1 FR. Exactly. Okay, and need a bit of .faq. Okay, we have a class of FAQ here. Alright, so this is a little bit better now, and margin top should be theorem, gap should be theorem. The gap should be theorem. Alright, so what do we need to do now? We need to do FAQ dot card so you're gonna have margin bottom 2.5 rem, eighteen pixel, FAQ so we are going to have a font size of 14 pixel. We target the details and then the line height. It's going to be 1.7. That's all. So this is what we want to have. Alright, so that is that. So we have the last session before we start working with our responsiveness. So we're going to work on the filter now, on the footer section. So for the footer, still the same thing. So you just do footer container. So you're going to have footer logo. So I just copy the logo I have here. I'll just take this SVG. Oh, sorry. Just copy. HTML. And then close it up. Then we have, let's take the divs that we have here. So we're going to come here. Then okay. So we have the footer logo. I'm going to put this one here. For the footer logo, and then finally we're going to have dot footer info. P is going to be the copyright. Let's go to this site. Just going to take this guy here. Just going to paste it here. And that's all. Alright, so we're going to style this now. Alright, so let's go to our CSS. Padding top, atrium, padding bottom, theorem, footer logo. The display is going to be flex, justify content, centered, align content, flex direction should be column, gap is 2.5 rem, padding bottom 4 rem, border bottom 1 pixel solid, f1, f5, 9 like this. So I want to we have to check the footer container. Do you have anything like footer container? So let's go and put something in the footer container. So we have the footer container, and so the footer container we have footer logo div display flex gap is 2.5 rem, footer logo here, text decoration now, color f1, then we have the footer info dot footer info. This dot footer info. The height footer info. Okay. Margin top 3 rems. Display is going to be flex. Justify content should be space between, and then line items should be centered. Nav dot exl Twitter color 187 812 14 pixel. So the font family and then footer info p. Footer info p. Color is going to be 81 878 F. Font size is 14 pixel and font family. Alright, so this is what we have. The Twitter is now working, and the Twitter BXL. Alright, so this is what we have. We have our project completed now. So the desktop is fully completed. This is just a picture that I have. This is a picture, this is an image that I have here. And we have the desktop completed now. So this is desktop fully completed. Okay, so let's check the responsiveness. We can see that this is not okay now. So we have to now work on the responsiveness for this project. It's not good. Let me change this to 80. Alright, so as you can see, the project, the desktop is completed, but is not responsive. So we are going to focus on the responsiveness of this project now. So, but before we do the responsiveness, I want to make sure that when I click on features, it goes to the features. So what we are going to do is to add this HTML scroll behavior smooth. Alright, so we are going to go to our HTML. So this is going to go to the feature. So it's going to go to the features. Let's go to the features parts. So we have features. It's going to start with hash picture, hash. So the next one goes to the testimonial. Let's check testimonial. So we have testimonial and pricing. So this one as well. Hatch pictures, hash testimonial, hatch what are we going to have? Arch pricing. Alright, so let's check. We click on features, takes us to the features, testimonial, scrolls to this testimonial, pricing, takes us to the pricing, and then we can use features, takes us to the features, testimonial, takes us to the testimonial, pricing, takes us to the pricing. So our focus now is to make sure that this is responsive. Okay, so that's what we are going to focus. We're going to work on now, responsiveness of this design. So we're going to close it. You can see I have it neatly done here. So coming to the HTML again, different sections, and this, and this. Alright, so work on the responsiveness, and we're just going to go right now. So for the responsiveness, I'm going to say that's media screen, and max width 1024 pixels. This. So I'm saying the company. So the first thing I want to make sure I work on is I'm focusing on this company area. I'm going to focus on this company. So for the responsiveness, I'm going to pick the company to be .complaints. I'm going to say the cap should be 4 rem. Justify content should be centered. Flex, now we are going to use flex wrap for the stuff to wrap. It's going to be wrap. Margin 2 rem. Margin right 2 rem. Okay, so this is going to affect this, and then the next one is going to be .complaints image. The width is going to be 200 pixels, and then we are going to have the feature cards. So the feature card on 1080, we are changing this anything less than 1080. Alright, so this is going to be, we're going to change this now to be feature card is going to be flex direction, is going to be color. Right, so this is what we want to do. We want it to be column like this, and column, and we are going to do the feature card dot card. So we are going to have the width set to be 100%. Don't forget the width was set to 40 on desktop. Dot left is 8 rem. Padding on the right should be 8 rem as well. So let's see what we have exactly. So 8 rem, 8 rem. That's what we want. And then the image dot picture image, the width is going to be 100% dot feature image image, the width is going to be 100% as well. Alright, so that's exactly what I wanted. I don't know, let me check this. Let's check how. Alright, so that is cool. Alright, so we have been able to handle this now. So let's come to this side as well. Feature dot business container dot subtitle. Width is going to be this, and then business cards grid template column is going to be 1F. So we use grid, so it's going to exactly, this is what we want to do. We are going to say padding, just going to make it 8. So that is what we want to do. Alright, so we are going to do hash testimonial hash price hash FAQ to have a padding 8 rem and 8 rem as well. Alright, so this is what we're going to work on this shortly. And so this is what we have. Alright, so let's move to the testimonial section now. Dot testimonial wrapper. So testimonial wrapper, the column was 3, so we're going to make it 1. And you see now, so it's now 1. Okay, it was 3, we can make it 2. It's going to be 2, so that's going to be 2. I think it's, let's just make it 1. So we are going to have for the price as well. This is not good, so we're going to do dot pricing wrapper. The flex direction is going to be column, exactly. So the simple pricing for everyone is now column, and we're going to do dot pricing card. Order is going to be 2. These are flex container children properties. Column is going to be 2. Right, and then we are going to see dot popular order is going to be 1, so that the colored is what comes first. Alright, so this is what comes first now. Alright, so what else are we going to do? Dot FAQ. You can see the FAQ is not nice like this. FAQ, you know, padding. Can have our FAQ here. Dot FA. Don't need to repeat ourselves here. FAQ wrapper. grid template color 1fr dot faq container dot sub title, the width should be 100%. Alright, so that is it for tablets, and then we can check the various tablets. iPad Pro, this is for iPad Pro, and the design is still a bit good. iPad Pro, and this is what how this is going to look on iPad Pro. Alright, now let me make it 50. iPad Pro, this is how it looks on iPad Pro. Let's check mini. Still looks good on mini as well. Then let's check this as well. So everything looks better. And then we go back to desktop view. This is how it looks on desktop. Fully responsive, neat, and HTML and CSS. And then so this is where we are now. So we want to do for mobile. So our target is going to be for mobile now. And then anything you're going to do at media screen and max width, let's do 86 pixel like this. So we're going to take the testimonial. So I'm just going to copy the testimonial, this guy. I'm going to take it, let's bring it here. So it's going to be 0.5 on both left and right. We're going to do dot nav link to the display is going to be none. Alright, so what we are saying is 800 and something, display is not, so the nav bar is not showing anymore. Alright, so we want it to be none, and then you want menu icon to show now. Display is going to be block. We want .nav btn .mobile. Display should be what? Block. Background color. So I'm just going to, let's go to the desktop. So let's come here. Let's come here and just dump it here. So this is the background, this color exactly. So this is okay. So we are going to have that navbar desktop display should be no. So that is what we want to have. Alright. That's enough items. The gap is too much. I'm gonna make it 1 rem. You can see the gap has adjusted now. So dot euro wrapper h1 dot euro wrapper span font size 0.5 rem. So we are talking about hero. This is it. We are talking about business card. So the padding on the left will now be 4 rems. Will now be 4 rems. Okay. Alright. So 4 rems, and then we have company cap should be 4 rem. Justify center. You don't even need to define all this again. Let's take this out. Done that already. Margin left. Margin right. Alright, so this is it. So okay, so it's not 2. Alright, so what we need to do now is to do company's image, the width. Let's change this to 200 pixel. Okay, and then let's have dot picture card dot card. The width is going to be 100%. Padding left 0.5 rems. Right. Business card as well. So let's take this and put it here. Business image, padding 0.5 rem. So let's check. So exactly, we just want 0.5. Exactly. We've changed it back to 0.5. Yes. So you can see there's a lot of margin. Then back to adjusting it properly. Alright, so what we need to do now is to the business tax image. The width is 100%. Height is 100%. Alright, so that is that, and everything looks okay. So I want this to still show. Let's go to our styling here. I'm going to have a class of bottom, bottom. Alright, so let's undo the mobile now and see. Still need a little bit of adjustment for the mobile. Alright, so we are going to adjust the mobile a little bit. Let's adjust the mobile a little bit now. So we are going to come to the mobile again at media screen, max width. Let's make it 500 pixel. Header, padding up, and so this one is going to be 1 pixel, not 1 pixel now, 1 rem. Padding on both sides. Euro. And 20 pixel. Margin button should be 150. So this is what we have. Alright, for the mobile, maybe some adjustments. We're going to work on this. For the company, let's take company. The gap is going to be 3 rems. Okay, so for the image, that's company image, let's just make the width to be 150 pixel exactly. So this is how I want it to be. Okay, this is okay now. So let's come to this side. We are going to do dot feature. So we are going to go here. So everything we have here, let's take it. Let's bring it here. Going to be 1 pixel. Right, 1 pixel. Okay, so let's adjust the rest. So we have dot hero wrapper h1 dot hero wrapper span font size is going to be 3 rem, max width is going to be 90%. Alright, so this is it. So this is okay. No max. This is cool. XR. Alright. Okay. So let's work on some other things. Dot hero wrapper dot booking. Width is going to be 90%, test align, center. Alright, so we're going to work on the features. Padding is going to be 5 rem, 0. Okay, if I adjusted this, so I'm here on the features now. On the features, we are going to have the dot features, container, dot title, font size should be 2 rem, text align, left. So we're going to see there are a lot of changes there. So it's going to be subtitle. It's going to be 1 rem. So line height 1.5. Alright. Subtitle. Exactly. So you can see there's a change in everything you need to read it and all of that. So let's say feature card. Imagine top is 1.5 rem. Alright, so everything looks okay here. Everything looks okay here. So we are going to increase our image. Business task container and all of that. Business task container. The title. H1. Pricing container slash H1. Text align. Left. Font size 2. So everything is, you can see the business simplifies. This one has adjusted pricing, so we need to do for second one now, which is going to take this. It's going to be subtitle. This is going to be P. This is going to be P. So this is going to be 1 rem. The width 100 pixel. Line height 1.5. So that is that. So everything checks properly now. You can see everything is okay now. Frequently asked, everything is good now. So all we need to do now is to come back to business image. We want this image to be big. This image is too small. We need it to be big. going to set the width to 300 pixel. Alright, so alright, why is there a change? There's no change. Oh, this is where I'm working on. This is it. Here it has reflected. Yes, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. Picture. Yeah, I sure knew I worked on the feature image, feature card dot feature image as well. Exactly. Width is for feature image, and then the border radius. Yes, I wanted this to be big. It was very small before. This is small, so it should be bigger. This particular one should be bigger. Yeah, exactly. So you don't need this. We're almost done. Business tag, get started. H1, font size 2 rem. Testimonial, pricing, and FAQ. FAQ. Padding is going to be 6 rem, 0 rem. So, right. So the next thing we want to do is pricing card. Gap is 1 rem. And then we need to bring back those links. That's what I keep on. Dot bottom, display to block. So here's a link. Features, the links are there, price, and all of that. And then the last but not the least is footer dot info. Flex direction should be column reverse. Exactly. Then we need a little bit of gap of 2. Alright, so we have come to the end of the project, and I want to believe that been able to learn a lot from those projects. This is just HTML and CSS without any JavaScript. Okay, so if you are developing multiple page, you can easily copy those sections and place it in another page, let's say about page or pricing page, and whatever you need, you can just copy it and just put it in the other pages. So yeah, this is it. This is the final project. As we can see on mobile, this is how it looks. Able to work on the responsiveness of this project, and then you can check various screen. Still looks okay, very neat and very looking good. Then on tab, this is what we get on tab, and then by the time we come to the desktop, and this is what we have. Alright, so thank you, and yeah, we'll get to do more projects. So, and then we can check the pricing, and we can check the testimonial, and we can check the feature. Alright, thank you everyone. Bye.